Requesting both the captains to come to toss.
మనము వెళ్ళిపోతామని చెప్పి వాళ్ళు అర్థం కలిగి
పొలిటీషియన్ మాధవి లత ఉంటుంది ఆమె ఫస్ట్ ఇక్కడ ఎవరు వచ్చినా
అంటారా
అందుకే బయట మన పిచ్ బ్యాక్ డ్రాప్ వస్తుంది.
भैया टेप और पेंट फ्लैश और नेट और
పెట్టే వచ్చింది
Any particular strategy in mind, looking at his particular score? Sensitive maybe.
I think the good, you know, 160 would be very good because then the changing is always 95. But it is good. Something we want to see.
Kritik, what do you think about the toss? What would you have done if you won the toss? Like to bat. What you want to see?
Yeah, one side.
So, what is your strategy? What is the runs you want to look on the board? Any changes in the playing line? Looking at the past two matches, it's always been a 200 score. So, looking at our batting, we'll look for the 200 score. And three changes: Vivek is out, Pranav is in, and Punya is out, Yogesh is in, and Nitish is out due to an injury, and Yogesh of Nitish, all the best.
in the very first over itself. So here come the two batters in sky blue for the VTT. The VT Tigers would be wanting to post a big total here. And they wouldn't mind this, batting first in this qualifier number one. The top two sides, of course, of this tournament so far, of this beautiful tournament, season number one, of course, of the MPCL. And we have seen some really good stars, some big stars as well, already played in this tournament. So it's going to be the left arm spinner to start here, Hitesh. The umpires wanting to make sure that the field is set perfectly for this power play, counting the number of fielders out there. And here we go. Ball number one of this qualifier number one of the MPCL season number one. And straight away past the slip fielder. And that is going to run away to the boundary. So an excellent start for Abhirat. Getting off the mark straight away. A bit risky in the end. But it does not matter. He's got a boundary of his very first. And that will give him a lot of confidence right at the start of this innings. Well, wanting to find the outside edge, will a slip in place. How often do we see that in a T20 game? And he's a bit lucky in the end because it's slightly away from the fielder, but it was intentional. And once again, just pushed on the offside, this time straight to the fielder. So a dot delivery for Hitesh and a good comeback after conceding that boundary. Well, the slip has been taken off after that first delivery itself. As you can see, Abhirat, well, he's straight away wanting to start on the front foot. This time nicely nudged away on the leg side and a single taken. So that single will bring Kritik on strike for the first time in this game. Will be interesting to see how do these two openers approach inside this power play. Well, power play was always the most crucial in any T20 game, and they would be wanting to get off to a flyer here, the VT Tigers, after losing the toss. And on the other hand, the YWOR, they would be wanting to search for wickets right from the word go. And starts off with a dot delivery, Kritik. Just pushes it back to the bowler, wanting to get his eye in first. Unlike Abhirat, who started off with a boundary. Once again, just pushed on the offside. Another dot delivery while wanting to search for a quick single to get off the mark. Not quite so on that occasion. So a very good comeback this by Hitesh after conceding a boundary of the very first delivery. One more delivery left now in this first. And a big appeal. It's struck right in front and it's given. Early breakthrough. It's Hitesh who strikes. Kritik departs for a duck. And the first one gone for the Tigers. Exactly why they bowled first after winning the toss, the strikers. Brilliant piece of bowling. It was the arm ball. And the batter wanting to sweep it completely misses it. Was always in danger with that shot selection and departs for a duck. Hitesh Yadav strikes in the very first over. Let's have a look at that one once again. It was totally plumb in the end. It was going to go on hit the middle stump. And as you can see, the bowler also celebrating straight away as it struck the pad. During the appeal as well, he knew that the finger is going to be raised, and it was in the end. So the Tigers straight away on the back foot. 5 for 1 at the end of the first. Right then, Varun is going to continue now in this second over, and he starts off with a wayward wide delivery down the leg side. So an extra run and an extra delivery for the Tigers, and they need some of those because they've lost an early wicket. So how do they approach this now? This time pushed on the offside, and well, happy to knock it around at the moment because losing an early wicket never easy for any team to recover from that. They need to buy some time out there now. Well, once again it struck the pad, but this time it was definitely angling down the leg side. And another dot delivery for Varun. So bowls a wide delivery first and then right on the money. Well, a very good opportunity this for the strikers to try and be right on top continuously inside this power play. Abhirat at the moment getting off the mark with that boundary. Once again, a big appeal, but definitely there was bat first, and they scamper across in the end. The throw not quite the best ones by Abhinav, and finally a single taken. And for the first time, we will see Dhruva on strike. Well, Varun thinks that it's very close of what he thought. Well, Dhruva starts off by playing it fine and excellent in the end. He gets a boundary to start off. A slight misfield by the fielder, allowing them to get that boundary. And he's straight away up and running. Nicely tucked away. Well, that should have been stopped though. But a boundary nonetheless for Dhruva. Well, once again, bowling it onto that patch. Well, it was the awkward bounce in the end that beats the fielder. That's exactly why he is there inside the circle to stop those singles. But in the end, instead of stopping those singles, a misfield allows them to get that boundary. Now then, how does Varun respond? A very good drive down the ground. Will that find the fence as well? Yes, it does. Brilliantly hit in the end. Back-to-back boundaries for Dhruva. A classical drive down the ground, showing very good prowess out there. Superbly hit in the end, and showing a lot of confidence. So one more delivery left in the second. And Dhruva, well, he's enjoying himself up against Varun, and that's going to be the third consecutive boundary. This time punched off the back foot. Three back-to-back fours. He's taking care of business in that over. Big over in the end. 14 runs coming off it. And all of a sudden, a momentum shift out here. Brilliantly placed in the end. And finding the gap to perfection in the end. Well, that is now the end of the second over. The score now at 19 for 1. So continuing with the wicket taker Hitesh, and why shouldn't they? In this third over, played inside out in the air and over the infield, and that is going to run away to the boundary as well. This time Abhirat. That's his second boundary. Beautifully placed in the end, and Hitesh will not miss at all. Well, a touch full in the end, and he's got just enough to get it over the infield and into the fence. So that's four consecutive boundaries of the last four deliveries, and he's going for the fifth one. Once again, played in the air, and once again, it finds the boundary. Well, this time a swing and a miss, very close to finding the outside edge. Much better there by Hitesh, pulling the length back a little. So finally a delivery that does not go away to the boundary. And that's much better. Bowling in onto the pads and nicely tucked away on the leg side for a single. Brings Dhruva back on strike, who is at the moment striking on 400. 12 of 3. He's faced just 3 deliveries and he's played it for 3 fours and all around the park. One of those behind square on the leg side, one of those down the ground, and one of those on the offside, showing all range of shots. Once again, just pushed on the offside, and they scamper across for a quick single. The field of feeling some pressure, going quite collected at the first go. So 2 more deliveries left now in this third. And this time it's an excellent stroke through the leg side. First 6 of this evening. And no surprises that's come off the bat of Abhirat. What a hit in the end. Well, Hitesh is continuing to be shorter and shorter, and this time it was much shorter. And it's beautifully dispatched off the back foot. He knows exactly where the fielders are. And no worries for him out there on that leg side. A shot he would be wanting to watch over and over again, Abhirat. So one more delivery left now in this third. A big over once again, 12 of it already. Pushed on the offside, wants a quick single, denied in the end by Dhruva. That is now the end of the third. 12 coming off it. At the end of the third now it is 31 for 1 for the Tigers.
After the completion of 3 overs, score stands at 31 for the loss of 1 wicket.
So a change in the bowling. It's going to be Ravi Teja to continue. Well, interesting. Varun conceding 14 runs and taken off straight away. And nicely pushed on the offside. Straight up. So how does Dhruva respond to this change of bowling? He's been blistering, hasn't he, so far? Once again, just playing it on the leg side, bringing Abhirat back on strike. Both these batters looking dangerous at the moment, wanting to get some quick runs, and now also rotating the strike. Well, this is much better by Ravi Teja compared to what we have seen so far. Meanwhile, playing it in the air and it's gone past everybody. Another boundary. Well, the mid-on is extremely wide. And it's played superbly well once again by Abhirat. He's enjoying himself out there. Well, the mid off and mid on are wide, and he had no stress at all in wanting to go aerial down the ground. Brilliant bit of batting this by Abhirat. Moves into the 20s already. Once again, nicely played. And once again, it's in the gap. And once again, it is a boundary. Excellent batting. And even Ravi Teja is going for the cleaners now. Well, such has been the evolution of the T20 game. Well, even after you lose an early wicket, you don't step back. You just keep on playing your shots. And that's exactly what these two are doing, Abhirat and Dhruva. That's another excellent one by Abhirat. This time, no risk at all. And a big gap out there, taking full advantage of it. Meanwhile, this time behind square. And another 4, 3 consecutive boundaries for Abhirat. Well, just like Varun did up against Dhruva in his first over, it's Ravi Teja this time who is conceding runs and a plenty. Nicely cut away. Knows exactly where the fielders are. Third man is inside the ring. And no problems at all for him. Another 4. Runs are leaking out here. Raining boundaries for the Tigers. Once again, cut away. Once again, in the gap. And once again, another boundary. Is it? Well, not quite so. Excellent effort out there in the deep. Brilliantly stopped in the end. And he saved certain couple of runs for his side. Brilliant piece of fielding out there. He had a lot of ground to cover. And excellent footwork. Keeps the boundary away. That is now the end of the 4th over. With the score now at 46 for 1 for the Tigers. So another change in the bowling. The YWOR strikers wanting to try everything at the moment. Another spin option inside this power play. And straight away pushed on the offside. Akash bowling this 5th over. Once again wanting to cut that one away while finding a lot of turn. The leg spinner Akash. Brilliantly bowled. So trying to apply some pressure here. Couple of dots now for Dhruva. Dhruva, who was on 12 of 3 deliveries, has added just 2 more in the last 5. Once again a lot of turn. And this time he's asking for the wide to the umpire. The umpire says no, it was inside the tram line. And he says the ball is getting away from him. So he's not going to give that one as a wide. Because the time the bat had a swing, the ball was very much in his arc. Inside the tram line. And this time a reverse sweep, but it struck on the pad. Well, a half-hearted appeal in the end. And they scamper across for a single. Will that be given as leg byes? We will wait for the umpire's signal. He has given his leg byes in the end. Well, we'll be interested to see how close was that. Meanwhile, Abhirat back on strike, who is striking at more than 200. 31 of just 15. Nicely played along the carpet on that offside. There is protection at long off, who had to run a long way across towards his left. to stop that one, and a couple of more runs taken. But we have seen some very good quality cricket in this tournament so far, especially today. Batting by Abhirat and bowling by Hitesh, and now Akash also doing an exceptional job. Well, spin has been very good in this tournament so far. Today as well in the first and fifth over, not quite so on the third over. The second over of Hitesh, conceding a plenty of runs. That's six as well off the bat of Abhirat. And meanwhile, once again, not quite able to get the middle of the bat, and a good stop in the end at mid-on by Rahul. So keeps another boundary away. Excellent over this by Akash in the end. And that is now the end of the fifth over, with the score at 49 for 1.
Varun comes back into attack with a beautiful fifer in the last match.
Right then, Varun is back into the attack for the last over of this power play. And straight away a big swing and a quick single taken towards mid-on. So that will bring up the 50 for the Tigers. 50 for 1 now after 5.1. It's an excellent start after losing that early wicket especially. Well, Varun conceded 14 in his first over, conceding 3 fours up against Dhruva. And he's successfully taken him off strike. And Abhirat is on strike now. Well, Abhirat has been looking dangerous. That previous over, tight one. He would be itching to go. Once again, cut away. But this time finds the man out there in the deep. Just a single. So a good start this for Varun. Well, it is the final over of the power play. And these two will be wanting to get some boundaries. Once again, played on the offside. Good stop out there. And another quick single taken. And they won't mind this. So where does Abhirat go now? Well, a thick inside edge. And on pace delivery by Varun. And he gets another dot ball. So a good comeback this by Varun after conceding 14 in his first. He's got 2 more deliveries left. Can he keep it to another tight over where only 3 runs came of the previous over? Once again, just played on that leg side. Finds the man. Another single. So one more delivery left now in this 6th. And only 4 runs have come of it so far. And he's gone for the big one, Dhruva. He's played it over the infield. No one out there. And finally they get a boundary. It's been a while since the last one. That just spoils the over for Varun. 8 runs coming off it in the end. Well, offered a lot of width on that occasion. And Dhruva, where it was kind of a premeditated shot in the end. He wanted to go for a big swing. He wanted to go the full Monty. And he's done that one ever so well. Good enough to clear the infield. And another boundary. 3 bounces and over the rope. So at the end of the sixth now, it is 57 for 1 for the Tigers.
The strikers have taken a strategic timeout.
Well, as you can see, the batting cards so far, it was Kritik who got out in the very first over, departing for a duck. Other than that, these two have put on an exceptional partnership. It's worth 52 at the moment between the two. As you can see, 4 different bowlers used inside the power play, and only one of them successful, Hitesh Yadav, in the very first over. Well, over number 1 and 5 have been very tight, and also the sixth one somewhat in the end, considering that boundary there, Varun. And Varun, as you can see, 11 and over, and Ravi Teja 15 and over. The Pacers have been expensive. 37 runs have come off the Pacers in the 3 overs, and the rest 3 overs only 20 runs off the spinners. So they will keep that in mind though, the YWOR strikers, and they will be wanting to make sure that they respond accordingly and in a much better fashion. Right then, Akash is going to continue. So Akash who considered just 3 runs, in fact, just 2 runs off the bat. Well, it struck the pad once again, but maybe just pitching outside that leg stump. Abhirat caught on the back foot on that occasion. Beautifully bowled by Akash. And the dot delivery is what he gets. So trying to apply some pressure here, Akash. AB on his back. His initials once again just pushed on the offside. Well, this is exceptional bowling by Akash. And it's the dot ball pressure that is going to rise on the batters. This time a thick inside edge, and how has that one not gone on and crashed onto the stumps? It's hit the leg of the wicketkeeper in the end. Well, that's 3 consecutive dots now. And Abhirat, he will be itching to go on the next one. Well, something has to give in on the next delivery. And once again, an excellent delivery. Well, he is bowling with that yo-yo effect at the moment. And a very good shot in the end by Abhirat. Well, it came off the bottom of the bat in the end, but it does not matter. Another single. So that single brings Dhruva on strike. Just the 1 run of this over so far of the 4 deliveries. So what kind of strategy does Dhruva have to face Akash? Well, it's played behind square. It's an outside edge. Will it find the fence? Well, exceptional piece of fielding in the end. A good dive in, and he saved that boundary. So a couple of runs is what they take. Well, if it was intentional, only he can say about that. Well, a brilliant stop in the end. Outstanding bit of work, as you can see, putting his body on the line for a side and saving some crucial runs. Well, in fact, they took just a single on that delivery. They thought that it might be running away to the boundary. Well, that's a lesson in the end for all of you watching out there, the kids watching in, because you need to keep on running. Does not matter if it's going away to the boundary, something like that can happen. Well, nonetheless, that's the end of the seventh over. Just the three coming off it once again. At the end of the seventh, it is 60 for 1 for the Tigers. Right then, Ravi Teja continuing, and not the best of the starts for him. Wide down the leg side, misfield by the wicketkeeper, so a couple of more runs added to the total. And all the pressure that was applied by Akash slowly getting released with those extra runs. And you wouldn't want that. And Ravi Teja would be wanting to make full use of the pressure put up in the previous over as well. He would be wanting to try his partnership for now. It's worth 57 between the two. For the second wicket, Abhirat and Dhruva. Well, meanwhile, he's not quite got the middle of the bat. It's gone straight up and it's taken. Wow! What a catch! It's Hitesh Yadav once again. Unbelievable take in the end. And Ravi Teja, he will enjoy that one. He's got a wicket out of nowhere. Well, Dhruva, he was well set. And how has Hitesh held on to that one? Only he can answer that. Unbelievable bit of fielding. And the Tigers lose their second. It's 62 for 2, and finally this partnership is broken. A brilliant partnership worth 57. Well, Dhruva was looking in a good nick out there, especially at the start of his innings. This time he couldn't quite get the middle of the bat, it went straight up. And, well, it was, I would feel, good enough to play it over the fielder there. Well, not quite so when Hitesh Yadav is out there. He's plucked the apple out of the tree. Brilliant take. So 62 for 2 now after 7.1. Right then, in comes Tanay at number 4. And Ravi Teja striking for the strikers. So the left hand right hand combination out there now for the Tigers, and nicely played away on the offside. Won't quite find the fence, and he will take a couple of runs of his very first delivery, Tanay. Nicely placed in the end. Right then, once again, do they try and build a partnership, or do they just keep on going and try for those big hits? They were off to a flyer, but Akash pulling things back a little. And how often do we see The bowler who has been expensive taking a wicket once again. It's in the air and it's taken. This time it's himself. Off his own bowling, Ravi Teja gets his second. And Tane's short stay at the crease comes to an end. 3 gone now for the Tigers, and all of a sudden, the strikers are striking. Well, once again, it was bowled short. Not quite able to get the middle of the bat. And Tane, well, in search of a boundary straight away. Maybe too early in his innings for a shot like that. Departs here for just 2. Taking the long walk back to the tunnel. Well, hitting the top part of the bat. And it went straight up. And the easiest of the catches you will see ever for Ravi Teja. It does not get easy than that in his career ever. So 3 gone now. And the Tigers 64 for 3 after 7.3. Right, then in comes Anvit at number 5, and once again the short stuff bowled by Ravi Teja. He's got a couple of wickets of a couple of short deliveries, bowling that chest height length, and it's working out for him ever so well. Well, an expensive first over and a wicket full, the second one. Much better this by the batter, and with getting the middle of the bat and just punching it on the offside. Well, this is an exceptional opportunity for the strikers to keep on searching for those wickets and restrict the opposition to as low as possible. And try and get into that final directly. Getting that wicket to the ticket to the final directly is what these two are playing out here for. They don't want to play that game on Sunday, that knockout game. And once again, just happy to play it on the leg side along the carpet. They come back for the second, and they do so in the end. So a couple of runs taken. That is now the end of the 8th over with the score at 66 for 3.
At the end of 8 overs, the score is 66 for 3.
So another change in the bowling is going to be Kartikeya to continue now in this 9th over. So another spinning option for the strikers. Well, Abhirat has been out there at the crease, and he's kept on losing partners now. He's lost 3 of them, and he would be hoping that Anvit can support him for a bit more longer time. Well, Dhruva was his go-to partner. The two of them added 57 for that second wicket. Well, this time wanted to cut that one away and beats the batter, Kartikeya. Nicely bowled. And the spinners have been very economical today so far. And they continue to do so. Although Ravi Teja taking those wickets, those couple of those wickets in the previous over. Well, this time played over the bowler. A bit risky in the end. Will be cut off in the end. And a couple of runs should be taken. Southwick there at long on. Collecting that one. Well, it seems like we have an extra fielder out there at the field as well. And hope that he'll be okay to walk off the park as soon as possible. And once again, just pushing it back to the bowler. Excellent stuff this by Kartikeya, not offering much room to the batter. Well, that one will be a wide, wanting to bowl that hard length and not quite able to keep it in control outside the tram line. And an easy decision in the end for the umpire. Nonetheless, it's been a good tight over so far still. Just the 4 coming off it. The boundaries have dried up. It's been a while now. Once again on the offside. Straight to the man out there at the deep. The sweeper collecting that one. One more delivery left in this ninth. Just the 5 of it so far. And the pressure building on the batters. Can't afford to lose any more wickets here. These two need to stay out there at the crease for at least another 3 overs from here on. And this time improvisation, wanting to beat the fielder as short third, not quite able to. Another single, so that is now the end of the ninth. 6 runs coming off it. At the end of the ninth, it's 72 for 3 for the Tigers.
The score is 72 for 3 at the end of 9 overs.
So Ravi Teja will continue in this 10th. And nicely played on the offside. But once again, straight to the man Hitesh out there in the deep. Just a single. Ravi Teja taking those couple of wickets in his second over. And that has just put the brakes on the opposition. Well, you would feel that the brakes were put by Akash. And this time shot, and Abhirat was ready for it. Beautifully struck, beautifully pulled away. It's as if he had a lot of time on that one. Well, that is what happens when you be a bit predictable. He was continuing to bowl that short stuff. And it's beautifully dispatched by Abhirat. And that's his second 6 of the inning. He's looking in good touch out there. He's looking very good nick. And he's continuing to get those boundaries. And finally one of those. In fact, it's been signaled as a 4 by the umpire. Didn't quite carry the distance. For a moment, it felt as if it did. Well, just wanting to make sure that umpire and make sure that it's a 4 only. So not quite a 6, just the 1-6 so far in this innings. And Abhirat moves on to 39. And once again in the air, the chase is on. The fielder is going to get across. Hitesh once again after that blinder of a take. And they come back for the second. 2 more runs. This time charging down the wicket, playing it straight to the fielder on the offside.
Cover
A
speed
slight
was very
misfield.
negative. He had got it in the first attempt. Additional single here from the Tigers.
And happy to take that single on that occasion.
Drop goes back to long off for Abhirat.
Once again, brilliantly bowled by Ravi Teja, where he's
On the stop.
kept on bowling that short, but not quite so for the last couple of deliveries after being hit for that four. Just rectifying that because he knows the batters are expecting that from him. And he's showing some variation now, Ravi Teja. One more delivery left in this 10th. And nicely played by Abhirat down the ground. So a single to end the 10th over. That is now the end of the 10th with the score at 81 for 3 for the Tigers.
Slow one to finish off, just a single. The score is 81 for 3 at the end of 10 overs, midway in the innings, and the VT Tigers are 81 for 3.
So another change in the bowling is going to be Chandan now to continue. And he's coming around the wicket to the right-hander Abhirat.
Abhirat Tigers
The
trying
right
to
arm off break.
over here.
Good bit of fielding out there by Ravi Teja, leading there by an example. He's been everywhere, hasn't he, Ravi Teja, so far? Taking those couple of wickets, stopping the ball on consecutive occasions. This time a wide delivery,
Speed, but it's gone wide.
too far away from the batter on that occasion. This time much better and nicely played down the ground.
Decided to lead off there for a single.
Once again, just played along the carpet on the offside, and these two are building this partnership nicely now.
Single there.
Well, once again, not quite able to
Beautiful
hit that
bowling
one in the gap.
by Satvik
Good
Rakhiya.
fielding out there in the deep by Satvik.
Saves at least 2 runs for his team there.
And this time, very unfortunate. He hits the stump
The ball has gone to hit on the
at the non-striker's end.
no connection from the bowler, though the non-striker had
Well,
got
it
it.
was hit very hard, and that would have run away to the boundary. But very lucky in the end for the non-striker as well, because had the bowler got something on it, it would have been very interesting. Excellent over this by Chandan. Just 5 coming off it. Meanwhile, Abhirat, he's gone for the big one, and it's taken. Well, the pressure was building,
Outfielder,
and Abhirat,
a big wicket
who
here.
was playing superbly well out there, even the best of those not quite able to handle the pressure on that occasion, wanting to search for that boundary, and he's played it straight down the throat of the fielder at long on, and they are 4 down now. Chandan striking in his very first. And it's all happening out there in the favour of the strikers. A well made 43 in the end for Abhirat. He was timing the ball superbly inside that power play. Well, not quite so on that occasion. He's played it straight down the throat of the fielder at long on. And an easy catch in the end. Not quite able to get the middle of it. And Chandan, he will be very happy with himself. So 11 overs gone now, and it's 86 for 4 for the Tigers.
The score is 86 for 4 at the end of 11 overs. Mikil Jaiswal walks in for VD Tigers, has a big role here to play for VD Tigers in this important match. Akash Bandari comes from the other end this time. Down the
Right then,
middle.
Akash continuing in this 12th, and he starts off with a wide delivery. Well, pretty unlike him on that occasion. Mikil has joined us out there in the middle, coming in here at number 6. And how does he need to stay out there with Anvit? Once again, a dot delivery for Akash, where he's been a specialist in getting those dots. Once again, nicely pushed on the offside. It's gone straight to the fielder. Well, the non-striker taking his time out there now, and with just settling himself once again. And they need a partnership desperately, and they need some quick runs as well, because otherwise it seems like the game will be running away from them in the first innings itself. For the first time, we see Mikkel on strike near a number 6, the man with those long levers. Pushes it on the offside, dot delivery. Once again, cut away nicely, playing it along the carpet, and that's gone away to the boundary. What a good shot that is by Mikkel. Maybe even he did not know how well that was timed. The ball just went racing away to the fence, and that's the first time Akash has conceded a boundary in this game. Beautifully struck in the end. And one way to get off the mark. Well, going on the back foot and hitting that one hard. Beautifully playing it. And he's gone for it again. This time not quite able to find the gap, is it? Well, yes, not quite so. The fielder collects it and he gets a couple of runs. So one more delivery left now in this over. And it's nicely tucked away on the leg side and finds the man out there in the deep. So that is now the end of the 12th over with the score at 95 for 4. So Chandan continuing in this 13th over, and straight away a single, taking a quick single in the end. They had to scamper across. And Chandan, who took that big wicket of the last delivery of his previous over, continuing, and why shouldn't he? Of course, he will continue because he has taken the big wicket. Meanwhile, a boundary for Anvit. Well, he knew exactly what he's trying to bowl, and it's struck beautifully to bring up the 100 for the Tigers. Well, offered a lot of width, and he was pretty much ready for a shot like that, pouncing onto it, and Chandan with a big stare in the end after conceding the boundary. Now this time much better, coming over the wicket now. Chandan and playing it for a single.
Chandan also pulls his left back, doesn't give room to the batsman.
Once again, happy to play it on the offside. Another dot delivery.
Tries to throw towards point at
Good
the
comeback by Chandan after conceding that boundary.
Chandan keeping it
Deciding to come over the wicket, and it's working out for him at the moment. Well, has that found the nick? A big appeal in the end. Well, the wicketkeeper is pretty much convinced.
from the strikers here for caught behind.
And it's given not out in the end. It won't matter because
The umpire cancels that.
the decision is with the umpire. And the man who matters does not think that it found the outside edge. And he gets away with it. Once again, just pushing it on the offside. So that is now the end of the 13th. A good comeback by Chandan, conceding just 5 in the end.
We had
And the
to
umpire calls for the strategic timeouts. It's 101 for 4 for the
It's
Tigers.
a strategic break by the VT Tigers here.
As you can see, the batting card there, 43 for Abhirat Reddy. Exceptional innings. He slowed down a little because he kept on losing those partners. He lost Kritik in the very first over, but then partnership with Dhruv are helping him a lot. But other than that, Tane departing for just 2. And in the end, he just perished himself as well because the pressure was building. And as you can see, the bowlers, a couple of wickets for spinners and a couple of wickets for Ravi Teja, the pacer. Just 7 extras conceded. And as you can see, those 4 wickets, 62 for 3, 62 for 2, 64 for 3, and 86 for 4. Just pulling things back a little. And this partnership at the moment worth 15 between the two. And would be wanting to accelerate for the last 7 overs. And if they can manage to get at least another 70 from your own 10 and over, 170 should be a decent total in this contest. Right then, we continue in this 14th, and Hitesh Yadav, well, a big appeal. It was definitely angling down the leg side. Not sure exactly the excitement, what it was about. It's been given not out, and they scamper across. Well, well, well. That was a big appeal. And he seemed to be very sure about it. Meanwhile, wanting to go for the big one, Mikkel. Not quite able to get the middle of the bat. Excellent bowling this by Hitesh. Conceding just the one run so far. And that too, it came off a leg by. But his second over was the expensive one. Once again, a big heave by Mikkel. Well, an appeal for a stumping, but the umpire thinks not quite so well. It does not seem like he left the ground at any stage. But in fact, that was very close, and he got it back on time. Nicely punched down the ground this time. And another single taken. So the first run off the bat in this 14th over. And now a wide delivery by Hitesh. Well, you wouldn't be wanting to do that after applying that much of pressure. Once again, nicely tucked away, straight to the fielder. Excellent over this so far by the man of the moment, Hitesh Yadav, taking that wicket, taking that unbelievable catch as well. Once again, very close. Bowling that leg stump line, another single. So that is now the end of the 14th. Brilliant over by Hitesh coming to an end. It's 105 for 4 for the Tigers. Right then, it is going to be Akash to continue now. He is into his final over. And straight away, Anvit goes big. Right underneath it and just past the fielder. Wow, excellent diving effort in the end. And it's gone one bounce and over the rope. Brilliantly struck in the end. Well, he knows exactly where the fielders are, and he's taken full advantage of it. Brilliant ball striking. Well, not quite able to find the distance that he would have liked though. And Akash, well, he has been very economical today. Seems like this is the over they are going to go after. And that is what exactly happens. The middle stump is off the ground. Beautifully bowled by the man of the moment, Akash. And they have lost half the side now, the Tigers. How often do we see that? A spinner taking the middle stump off guard, completely uprooted. And Anvit, well, another set batter gone. Departs here for 24 rather, of 20 deliveries. Strike rate of 120. Wanting to once again go the big aerial route through that leg side. Not quite able to get anything on it. Went right through bat and pad. And off goes the middle stump. The wicketkeeper also catching the middle stump in the end rather than the ball. Brilliant delivery. A delivery you will be wanting to watch over and over again. Well, Akash Bhandari will enjoy that one. It's 109 for 5, and in comes the new man, Shanmukha, coming in here at number 7. And the Tigers, well, they're just losing their way here at the moment.
Left-hander batsman coming into attack. This would be a good matchup to watch for.
And straight away he goes big. It's gone straight up. It stood up. Chance, chance. And he's dropped it. Would you believe it, Akash?
Slightly slots with
Well, he could have got 2 and 2, and he will be very disappointed with himself.
bad catch for the bowler.
A big, big moment in this game that could have definitely put
The first ball.
a big hole
Full count.
down in this innings. Well, trying to go for the reverse cup in the end. Not sure exactly why. And he was never in control there, Akash. And he gets off the mark, Shanmukha. Mikhail, meanwhile, pushes it on the offside, and there was a chance of a run out at the non striker's end. Total miscommunication between the two,
Almost.
and they get nothing in the end. Well, straight away, a bit of a panic out there ever since Shanmukha has joined at the crease. This time, nicely cut away and finds the man out there in the deep.
Count equal. Rolling for the
Gets a single, score moves on to Nelson. 111 for 5. Well, it's the most unluckiest number for the batters. Usually, 111 is the score where most number of wickets fall. And they would be wanting that, the YWOR strikers. And Akash is into his last delivery of his spell. Well, it's nicely swept away. It's crunched in the end. And will that find the fence? Yes, it will. Beats the fielder out there in the deep. Another boundary in this over.
beautiful
And well, Akash, he's got a wicket in this final over, but he's also conceded a plenty of runs. He's conceded 10 of them in his last. What an exceptional shot in the end. He's been at the crease for hardly a couple of deliveries. And he's played beautifully in front of square. No sweeper out there. There was a deep backward square leg who just couldn't quite get around because that is how hard it was hit. 115 for 5 now at the end of the 15th.
for 5 at the end of 15 overs. And Varun comes back into attack from the long end.
Right then, Varun is back into the attack. And straight away, Mikhail. Wow! What a hit that is! It's gone way back.
Full Jaiswal.
What a way to greet Varun back into the attack. And Mikhail showing some power. Brilliant hit. Well, it was a nothing delivery in the end. It was right in the arc of the right-handed batter, and Mikhail showing a lot of power on that one. And over the rope it goes quite comfortably in the end. Well, we have seen some very good shots, but that will be right up there by Mikhail. Well, he got a boundary in the previous over, and now a 6. And well, Ravi Teja wanting to have a word with his bowler. He's been very expensive today so far, Varun. And it seems like these two have decided that they want to go the full Monty till the end of the innings in search of those runs. Well, nicely driven this time, but it's gone straight to Ravi Teja.
Top batsman for the Innings. Wanted to.
And he gets a single, brings Shanmukha back on strike with that beautiful sweep shot in the previous over. So Varun will now come around the wicket to the left-handed batter. And straight away a big swing, that was very close to the off stump. And the wicketkeeper not quite able to collect it at the first go. And they scamper across in the end. So given as a bye by the umpire. And Varun will not be happy to see Mikil back on strike.
Pranav tried to pull it but missed it.
Because he was dominated on his previous delivery. And once again he goes Mikil.
Straight
And
down
that will
the
find the distance once again and quite comfortably.
tenure from
Brilliant piece of batting. Another maximum. And he is enjoying himself out there. Excellent piece of batting this. And the runs are flowing out here now. And once again Ravi Teja wanting to have a word with Varun. At the moment just not able to keep it away from his arc. And Varun, well, he's very low on confidence at the moment. He's conceded a plenty of runs today. Well, this hasn't been the ground and the pitch for the Pacers, to be fair. Throughout this tournament, the prime arena out here in Hyderabad, and the Pacers have taken quite a bit of beating. This time nicely played along the carpet. So good sensible cricket by Mikil. Getting a six and then getting that single just like he did at the start of the over.
good running,
And now one more delivery left in the 16th.
showing the intent here in the end overs.
So Varun coming around the wicket and it's a dot delivery. A rare dot delivery to end the over. And at the end of the 16th now it's 130 for 5.
Go over covers. The score is 135. The score is 130 for 5 at the end of 16 overs.
Right then, 4 more overs left in the innings. Once again, a big swing by Mikil. This time up against Chandan, and they come back for the second. Will retain the strike there, Mikil.
Thankfully, mistimed it, but still was good. Still good batting here from Mikil.
Well, how many more can they get from here on? That is the big question. Excellent delivery by Chandan.
Wide from
Brilliantly bowled, keeping it completely away from the arc of the batter. Well, he's not quite ready. I'm not sure. And yes, he will have to reload.
a bit of mind games here by the bowler.
Chandan wanting to hurry the batter. And Mikil
That
once
is
again
a
goes
big
big. It's gone high into the night sky and just enough. to go all the way once again.
Foolish shot.
Another maximum. Brilliant piece of batting by Mikkel. And he's turned the heat on here. That's his third six. He's hitting them long. Well, this time not finding the distance. Just enough distance to get that six, but not quite far enough like he did in the previous two deliveries. But it does not matter. You get six for everything that is out of the park. And he's got those. This time hard through the offside along the carpet.
Looking for the 2 year.
But there is protection in the deep. Just a single on that occasion. Hit that one so hard that they had no other chance to come back for the second.
Keepers that well. Covers the ground quick and keeps it down to a single.
Outstanding bit of batting by Mikkel so far. And this time a reverse sweep attempted. Well, definitely
Tries to bowl.
the impact was outside the off stump.
But it's on the pass for a single.
And he gets away with it in the end. Well, not quite able to get anything, and they get across for a leg by to bring Mikkel back on strike, who is striking the ball beautifully at the moment. He's seeing that ball like a football. Once again, cut away hard, but only be a single. So that is now the end of the 17th. 11 coming off it.
Two
At
sweepers
the end of the 17th, now it's 141 for 5
into the
for
slip.
the Tigers.
Away from the batsman's range. The score is 141 for 5 at the end of 17 overs. Hitesh comes back into attack to Mikkel Jaiswal.
Right then, Hitesh Yadav will be bowling his final over, and he's got the treatment of his very first delivery.
Straight down the ground.
Once again, Mikkel right in the arc for him,
Great innings.
and it goes all the way once again very long.
Playing
Well, he's hitting them so long, he should be getting 12 for those instead of just 6. That is how far he's hitting them, and he's showing a lot of power to the opposition. And such is the situation now for the strikers, where they would be wanting to try and defend some runs instead of searching for those wickets. That is how good Mikkel is looking out there. Well, he's done a lot of damage to the ball. And the umpire just wanting to have a check if it's all right. The ball. And Hitesh, well, he's into his final over. 1 for 26. And he's up against the dangerous Mikkel. Can he get his wicket here? They need it desperately, the strikers. Otherwise, they're pushing for the 180, maybe even 190 if he can keep on batting in this fashion. Well, plays it down the ground. Much better there by Hitesh.
pushes it into the wickets, not giving room to the batsman. Rectifying his mistake quickly.
And once again, just playing it along the carpet there. Shanmukha. Another single.
On inside edge, not able to time it
Happy to
properly.
take that single.
Wicket for an easy single.
Once again, just punching it off the back foot. So a very good comeback this by Hitesh. He's going to come over the wicket now. Charging down the wicket, wanting to play it on the leg side, gets another leg
2
by.
balls to go,
So
wicket.
one more delivery left in this 18th. Well, that
Shanmugh
previous
has
single
been
brought up the 150 as well for the Tigers. 150 for 5 after 17.4. Make that 151 now. And once again played on the leg side. And a good stop in the end by the fielder.
wicket.
So another single. That is now the end of the 18th with the score now at 152 for 5 for the Tigers.
Oh, Shanmugh has been retired out by the Tigers here. A very smart decision here. I think Bhavesh is coming in. Captain Ravi Teja comes into attack.
So Ravi Teja is going to bowl the penultimate over of the innings. So will be interesting to see how do they approach this. And Mikil at the moment on 43 of 26 plays it nicely on that leg side. Fielder gets across. Slight misfield, and they should have come back for the second.
Good running here also from the Tigers, converting a single into two by putting pressure on the fielder. A small fumble, and they
And they did so on that occasion. Well, Shanmugh has been retired out here, so they're six down, and Mikil once again plays it in the air. Bhavesh has come in here at number 8.
into the wicket there by Ravi Teja, almost into the hands of the fielder. Smart bowling here from Ravi Teja, not giving enough pace and
So Bhavesh on strike now and plays it nicely on that leg side, and that will run away to the boundary.
by Bhavesh.
So he gets a 4
Waits for
of
the
his
ball
very first delivery,
puts it in the
and
catcher's
straight away
hands
he is up and
and
running.
looks to attack.
Well, that is exactly the reason why they retired out Shanmugh and they have gone with
Good
Bhavesh
for
to
Bhavesh.
get some crucial quick runs out here at the back end. Well, Ravi Teja is turning out to be expensive here. And this time hit hard down the ground. Wow, where was he hiding all this while, Bhavesh?
Even better shot by Bhavesh.
Brilliantly hit once again. This is a proper cricketing shot. It's not just a slog, it's played straight down the ground. Back past Ravi Teja and over the umpire as well. Well, almost took his head off, but it was high enough. And the umpire will be happy with it. That it was high enough. In no time, the ball just racing away to the fence. And he's gone for the big one this time. It's gone straight up in the air. Chance for the fielder. And he's dropped it. Well, it was a very difficult chance. He had to run a long way across. And have they come back for the second once again? It seems like they have. Yes, they get a couple of runs. So 10 runs of 3 deliveries for Bhavesh, and now one more delivery left in this penultimate over of the innings. Ravi Teja, 2 for 43 has 3.5. Can he finish on a high? He needs to. He's desperate at the moment. 13 have come out this over already. This is excellent batting for the Tigers. And it's a low full toss. It is going to be dispatched. And not good enough in the end. The fielder takes it. Not long enough. Well, he felt there, Bhavesh, that will be good enough. Well, not quite so. And he has to depart here for a nice little cameo. He scored those 10 runs in 4 deliveries, and Ravi Teja gets his third. Maybe it's his day because hardly ever do you see a wicket of a delivery like that. Well, that should have been dispatched, and Bhavesh will be very unhappy with himself. He did not really go for the full swing. He thought it will be good enough, and he will be regretting that one back in the pavilion. So 7 down now for the Tigers, heading into the last over of the innings, and the good part for the Tigers, Mikkel will be on strike. And straight away down the ground and just over the fielder. He gets the 6 of the very first delivery. A hard hit down the ground. And that's exactly what they needed at the start of this final over. Well, such is the power that this man has. Right into the advertising hoarding. And no chance out there for the fielder at long off. Just wanting to try to keep it in. Well, nonetheless, that's his half century as well. 52 of just 29 deliveries for him. Have a look at that strike rate. 179. And have a look at the number of sixes. 5 of them. 5 monstrous hits. Well, a couple of them have just gone over the line, but 3 of those, the other 3, they were hit way back. Humongous hits. And he goes for it again. And has he found the distance once again? Not quite so. The fielder is placed perfectly for that. Once again, it's Hitesh Yadav. And Varun finally gets a wicket for himself in this innings. Well, he's been very expensive and a consolation in the end for him. Mikkel, outstanding innings of 52 comes to an end. And he will be getting a standing ovation from his dugout. Because that is how good that innings was by him. Ends up scoring 52 of just 30 deliveries. Have a look at that strike rate, 173. He came out in a very difficult position. He had scored only 4 runs of his first 13 deliveries. And ever since, he's just kept on going after losing that 5th wicket. And this time couldn't quite get the distance on that one. And Hitesh with a very good catch. So 171 for 8 and 4 more deliveries left in the innings. How many more can they get here? Well, at the strategic break, they were 101. They wanted to go at least 10 and over, and they have got that. And these 4 more deliveries are basically a bonus for them. It's a big swing and a miss by Vidyananda coming in here at number 10. So 3 more deliveries left in the innings. and this time wanting to be cheeky. And Varun gets his second, and that will make him feel a mighty lot better about himself. 9 down now for the Tigers, 171 for 9, and Varun is pulling things back a little in this last over. Brilliantly bowled once again, a middle stump Yorker, and Vidyananda, where he was trying to be a bit cheeky on that occasion, wanting to play it behind square, wanting to use the pace of the bowler, not quite able to get anything on it. And the middle stump off guard once again. 171 for 9 now.
Shauna comes in for the VT Tigers.
Well, they retired out one of their batters, and now Shonak comes in at number 11, and they are in danger of being bowled out with one delivery less. And Shonak would be wanting to keep this ball away so that they make sure that they play out the 20 overs. Well, straight away he's gone for a wide swing. It lands safely,
Shauna
but
tries
the
to get
fielder will collect that one, and he gets off the mark. So the last delivery of the innings, and it is going to be Srini Keth
ball
to
on the
face it, who
wicket.
came in at number 9. Well, he has been at the non-strikers end ever since he's come in, and has the opportunity now to face his very first delivery. And that is going to be the last ball of the innings as well. Well, the Tigers will be very happy
Ball
to
to make an
post this
extra
total. It's a decent one in the end. They could have pushed maybe to 180, 185. Not quite so in this final over. That is exactly what Mikkel was trying to do. Ended up being caught out at long on by Hitesh. It's a swing and a miss, and given as a wide by the umpire. Will that be a run out? And it seems like he's made it. So a couple of more runs, and Shonak,
gap
well,
pass.
he will get another opportunity
The
to
Tigers
have a big whack at this
thought
one.
that would be
Varun not at all pleased with the decision given by the umpire. He thought that is the end of the innings.
left
Well,
for
not quite so. One more opportunity. Well, an excellent effort in the end by the wicketkeeper. And it seems like he's just short of his crease.
my bad. Shauna.
Well, has he got away with it there, Varun? Well, that looks like a very close call. We will have to wait and see what will be the decision. And it seems like he's just short of his crease.
The leg umpire has gone upstairs for a quick run out check.
Well, we are still waiting for the decision here. And it is given out in the end. So that will be the end of the innings.
The strikers have
So just the one wide is what they will get, and a run out. 173 all out is the score in the end for the Tigers after 19.5 overs. And the target for the strikers will be 174 when they come out to chase. Well, not sure exactly what Ravi Teja is talking about with the umpire. Nonetheless, an excellent performance in the end by the side batting first here. As you can see, the batting card. Well, they started off nicely after losing that early wicket of Kritik. It was Abhirat and Dhruva with that partnership of 57, but then they lost their way. And have a look at that Mikkel. Outstanding batting in the end. He was on just 4 runs of 13 deliveries, and he somehow managed to get his half century in 29 deliveries, scoring that outstanding half century to get his side to this total of 173. And the pick of the bowlers, Ravi Teja, the captain himself, 3 for 43 in his 4 overs, a couple of wickets for Varun in the last over. He will be very happy to get a couple of those. And the spinners once again economical as always. Chandan 1 for 21 in his 3. Akash Bandari 1 for 24 in his 5. And Hitesh Yadav 1 for 30 in his 4. Keeping things very nice and tidy. And the Pacers taking the wickets off the pressure. being built up. So the target is 174 for the strikers when they come out to chase in this qualifier number 1 of the Mastro Premier Cricket League. And we will be back for the chase in a short while from now. Alrighty then, we are back here for the chase. The target 174 for the YWOR strikers. Having won the toss, elected to field first, and it turns out that we are in here for an absolute cracker of a game. Two sides desperate for a victory to try and get straight into the final, and nicely started there by Sriniket. Right on the money, right from the word go. Beautifully bowled and nicely punched off the back foot as well by Satvik of his very first delivery. Well, it will be interesting to see how do they try and chase these runs down. We have seen scores like these being defended before and also being chased. It's very much in the balance here. And straight away he's gone for the big one. It's gone high. And it's gone for a maximum. What a start that is for Satvik. A brilliant blow. Just off the second delivery. Look at where he is standing. He's standing outside his crease. He knows exactly where the bowler wants to bowl. And he's charged down the wicket as well to make that one a fuller length. A back of a length delivery, what it was, had he been at the crease. And Satvik, he gets off the mark just off the second delivery. Brilliant strike. And this time he plays it back past the bowler. The fielder cuts that one off. A dot delivery. Well, it seems like Satvik has showed some intent already. Six coming off his second delivery and wanting to start on the front foot, and that is very important here for the strikers. They would be wanting to get as many as possible inside this power play. Satvik and size so that they can ease the pressure on the batters coming in. Well, this time it struck the pad and they scamper across for a leg by. So that will bring Sai on strike for the first time. Well, it's the left-hander on strike now. Nicely pushes it on the offside, straight to the fielder though, and a dot delivery. So it's the left-hand, right-hand combination out here for the strikers, and how good will that be? Only time will tell. And that's a swing and a miss, wanting to play that one through the offside. That is the end of the first over with the score at 7 without a wicket for the strikers. So Tanay is bowling this second over and nicely tucked away on the leg side by Satvik. So the option of spin, of course. He's gone for the big one and he's taken it. Sai departs just off his third delivery. Well, not quite able to get anything on it in the end. He's played it straight to the fielder at short mid wicket and an early breakthrough for the Tigers. Just what they needed. It's the left-handed Sai. Couldn't quite get going. Departs here for a duck, and just like how they lost an early wicket, the Tigers, even the strikers, lose one. Sai taking that long walk back to the pavilion. Well, not quite able to get the connection that he wanted. And a brilliant take there by Shanmukha, who was retired out when they were batting. Brilliant take in the end, a good hard low catch. Excellent. Expertly taken. Well, 8 for 1 after 1.2. Right then, in comes the captain Ravi Teja taking those 3 wickets, and now the left-hander wanting to continue with the left-hand right-hand combination out here, nicely punched towards the fielder at mid-off. And this time he's taking the aerial route. Wow! What a hit that is by Ravi Teja. What a way to get off the mark. Sensational hit. And now both these batters, Satvik and Ravi Teja, are off the mark with a 6. That was a brilliant strike. Right off the meat of the bat. And Tanay, well, he's surprised with the kind of the response that has been given by Ravi Teja. Picking that one up through the offside, playing that one inside out in the end. Brilliant hit. And the captain leading from the front straight away. Right then, finally we find the ball. And Ravi Teja, just like Satvik, gets off the mark of the second delivery with a 6. So Tanay is now going to come over the wicket to the left-handed Ravi Teja. And that's a wayward delivery. He's given away bonus runs that will run away to the boundary, will it? Yes, it does. 5 extra runs. And Ravi Teja, he will be very happy with that. It's a bonus. It's a bonaza. Well, Tane wanting to change his line, and that's just not worked out for him. Starting off by bowling those 5 wides, this time much better, bowling that off stump line, and nicely defended as well by Ravi Teja. Well, this over is turning out to be an expensive one. A 6, 5 wides, 12 have come of it already, along with that wicket. Another dot delivery played back to the bowler. So that is now the end of the second over with the score at 19 for 1 for the strikers. So continuing with pace now. And they're off to a decent start here, the strikers. They won't be thinking too much around the bush. Well, straight away starting off with a wide delivery down that leg side. And he would be very happy that it's a wide delivery, the bowler, because had he got anything on that, it would have run away to the fence. Well, Sriniket, he gave away 6 in his first over, and that was the only hit of Satvik which he gave away. This time, wanting to cut that one away through the offside, and not quite able to get anything on it. So a dot delivery once again for Sriniket. Well, this time wanting to pull that one away, but there is protection out there in the deep. So just a single. And that will bring the left-handed Ravi Teja on strike. Will be interesting to see how does he respond here. Ravi Teja. Well, starts off with a swing and a miss, wanting to cut that one away through the offside, and not quite able to get anything on it. So a good response this, you would feel, by the bowler after conceding that wide and now keeping things tight. Well, he's gone for the big one. Wow, what a hit once again by Ravi Teja, and that will go all the way once again. Well, applying a lot of power on that one, and he's hit that one ferociously all the way. Excellent bit of batting. Turning the heat on here. Brilliant, brilliant strike. Well, it's not quite found the distance. It seems it's given as a 4 by the umpire. Just the one bounce before it went over the rope. So all of a sudden that boundary asking Sriniket to change his side, and it does not matter because this time it's hit straight. Another maximum. What an excellent cricketer he is, Ravi Teja. The captain leading from the front, taking those wickets early on, and now doing the job with the bat inside this power play. Have a look at that strike once again. Hit straight as an arrow over the head of the bowler. Sensational hit once again. So one more delivery left now in this third over. Where does he go now, Sriniket? Well, it's played nicely on the offside by Ravi Teja and plays it towards the third man region for a single. Takes the single, keeps the strike. That is the end of the third now with the score at 32 for 1 for the strikers. Right then, Vidyananda will continue now in this over number 4. Well, they're going at a very good rate at the moment, the strikers. And straight away swept straight to the fielder. Couldn't quite find the gap on that occasion. Well, a bit lucky in the end for Vidyananda, who is coming around the wicket to the left-handed Ravi Teja. We're not sure exactly about the ploy, and once again straight to the fielder. Well, it seems like everything is going to be in the arc to play it on the leg side, and Ravi Teja is just settling himself for it. And on both the occasions, he's hit it straight to the fielder. And this time, he gets away from his crease, plays it expertly well through that offside, and it's gone over the rope. Would you believe it? Brilliant piece of batting by Ravi Teja. That's his third six already. How good was that? Well, showing a lot of muscle on that one. Well, never easy picking it up on the back foot, and he's done that one ever so well. Beautiful bit of batting. Well, he knew exactly what Vidyananda wanted to do, and he's not allowed him that on the third delivery. Once again, charging down the wicket. Well, that would have been the delivery once again to play it on the leg side, but he charged down the wicket, and henceforth, he's found the man out there at long on. Making that one a fuller length for himself. Takes the single, brings Satvik on strike, and this is the angle where Vidyananda would be wanting to use up against the right hander. And it's pushed on the leg side. Finds the man out there in the deep. Takes the single. Satvik does the smart thing of bringing Ravi Teja back on strike, who is striking the ball at the moment at 200. 24 of just 12. 3 sixes and a 4 in that 24. 22 runs have come off boundaries. And he's searching for more and more. 8 have come off this over. And he's gone for it again. Has it found the distance? Yes, it has. Well, whenever it leaves the bat of Ravi Teja, you always feel that it's going to go all the way, because that is how good he is striking the ball today. Once again, a brilliant hit. And the second six of the over. Well, that will make it 14 for the over as well. And Ravi Teja is in different mode out here today. It seems like he wants to run away with this game and get the ticket to the final for his side. That is the end of the fourth with the score at 46 for 1. Right then, Tanay continuing and straight away Satvik wanting to go big. And he gets across for a single in the end. Not quite able to get the middle of the bat, and luckily for him, he is not timed it that well enough, because had he timed it well enough, it would have gone straight down the throat of the fielder at long off. So that single brings Ravi Teja back on strike, and Tane will not enjoy this because Ravi Teja is in a different mood out here today. It seems like he's on a different planet. Well played nicely on the offside, but straight to the fielder. Once again playing it down the ground for a single. So happy to knock the ball around as well, because they already have a decent start here inside this power play. And this time a thick outside edge. Well, when nothing is going your way, literally nothing is going your way. An outside edge beating the fielder at short third, running away to the fence, and also bringing up the 50 for the strikers. The YWOR strikers are cruising at the moment, and they are enjoying themselves. It seems like they are going to get these runs down quite comfortably. And this time he goes big, Satvik. And it's gone a long way back. Another maximum. Well, no point searching for that ball, because that one has gone way back once again. Brilliant batting by Satvik this time, and they continue to cruise out here. So one more delivery left now in this fifth. And the umpire, he might have to get a new ball here, because that one might be lost. And that is how far that was hit. Well, we have got it for the moment. And it's played on the offside, and that will run away to the fence as well. Another big over. 16 coming off that one as well. And they continue to cruise out here. At the end of the fifth now, it is 62 for 1 for the strikers. Have a look at that shot once again. Well, bowling the fuller length, but it just does not matter, does it? Because the ball has just been finding the fence on consecutive occasions. Well, very close to the little puppy out there who has been at the ground for quite a while. Even he couldn't quite manage to stop that one. So 62 for 1 at the end of the fifth. Right then, another change in the bowling, but it just does not matter, does it? Beats the fielder out there in the deep. Another boundary for Ravi Teja. How good is he? He's running away with this one here in this qualifier number 1. He does not want to play that game on Sunday. He wants to make sure that his side gets over the line here and over the line early. How hard was that hit once again? And this time aerial route. This time even longer. This time a maximum. 10 runs of the first two deliveries of this final over of the power play. And at the moment they just don't have any answers at all, do they? How good was that hit by Ravi Teja? He's playing out a blind here and he's running away with this game. Sensational hit once again. Just 102 more required and he's making total mockery out of this one. Brilliant, brilliant hit. Well, he wants to go for it again. He misses it completely. And they scamper across for a single in the end. The wicketkeeper not quite able to collect it at the first go. This time charging down the wicket, Satvik. Well, he's beaten the fielder at mid-on. How has he managed to do that? And now they need less than 100 from here on. Brilliant batting. Keeps on continuing in this fashion. And the runs keep on flowing. Just 97 more needed. What an excellent shot in the end that is by Satvik. And the fielder also surprised. How has it beaten him? Sensational. And the boundaries just keep on coming and coming. Have a look at this. 15 of the over already. He wants to push up for more. And he gets more. And he's got plenty more. Make that 21. Make that things even more bleaker for the side in light blue. It seems like they are going to be having the need to play that game on Sunday. The qualifier number 2. Brilliant hit. And it seems like they already have one foot in that final here, haven't they? And he goes for it again. Has it found the distance once again? It's gone very high. And it's gone sailing over the fielder as well. Make that 27 for the over. What an outstanding power play this has been. Unbelievable hit. $89 runs coming off that power play. And it just gets very bad out here now for the side in sky blue. It seems like there's no way back from here on with the way these two have been batting. That is the end of the 6th over now with the score at 89 for 1 for the YWOR strikers. Well, that is the batting card. Sai Purna couldn't quite get going, but it just does not matter because Satvik Reddy 40 of 15, Ravi Teja 42 of 18, Everyone just going for the cleaners, and have a look at this partnership. How good is this? How good is this? Only time will tell. They are running away with this one here at the moment, the strikers. And they need some wickets desperately. The side in sky blue, don't they? The Tigers, well, things are looking very bleak for them. Right then, the strategic timeout is up, and 89 for 1. They have already got more than half the runs what were required. Just a little more than run a ball required. 85 runs required of 84 deliveries. And it seems like with the way these two are batting, they want to get it done quickly here. That is how good they have been so far, making full use of those power play overs. And meanwhile, the Tigers would be searching for wickets. They need some desperately now. It's high time that they get something here. Well, plenty of runs coming inside that power play. Well, starts off nicely. Well, wanting to cut that one away, beats the batter. Not quite able to get anything on it. Much better this time by Ravi Teja. Shonak bowling this seventh over. And he would be wanting to keep things tight and would be wanting to break this partnership desperately at the moment. And has he got him? Wow! What a delivery! It was the googly. And Shonak, out of nowhere, has broken this partnership. And is that the twist that they were searching for? Excellent delivery there. And the batter, well, Satvik completely bamboozled by that one. What a delivery it was in the end. He departs here for 40 of just 16 deliveries. What a blistering innings it has been. Strike rate of 250. And have a look at this one once again. Went right through bat and pad, where he thought it was the leg spinner. Well, not quite so. Completely undone. And he's just been wandering, ending up looking at the pitch. And that is what happens. Well, usually we see a break in cricket allowing the bowlers to get a wicket, and they've got one here. And is that a start to the turnaround? 90 for 2 now after 6.3. Right then, in comes a Rahul at number 4. Well, a big appeal, but the umpire says no. Well, at the moment, it seems like they are going to appeal for everything because they are desperate for those wickets. And that you would understandably say that happens, and it has to happen. They need to apply some pressure here if they want to give themselves any chance in this one. Well, wanting to push that one through the offside. Not quite able to get the middle part of the bat. Ravi Teja gets a single. Excellent over this by Shonak. Just what they needed. And now one more delivery left in the seventh. Well, it's been brilliant in the context of the game. We have not seen an over tight as this one. Meanwhile, Ravi Teja plays that one straight to the fielder. So that is now the end of the seventh. A successful one for the Tigers. It is 91 for 2 for the Strikers after 7. Right then, Shanmukha will continue. Well, all of a sudden, pulling things back a little here. Starting off with the dot delivery. Well, this time wanting to go for the run out. Well, they are applying some pressure here all of a sudden, and it seems like it's helping because the boundaries have dried up after that end of the power play. Just a single by Rahul, bringing Ravi Teja back on strike. Meanwhile, Ravi Teja thinks he's had enough. That will go just over the fielder there. Moves on to 49. And another maximum for Ravi Teja. Continues to strike the ball beautifully. Once again, slightly fuller. Tossed up in the end, wanting to ask Ravi Teja to go for the big one, hoping that he would time it not well enough. But it seems like the bowler has taken the wrong choice in the end. And is that another one? Well, not quite so. And what's happened there? Has he dropped it? Well, that's his half century nonetheless. And Shanmuga continuing to take the risk. It seems like he thinks that's the only way to try and get him out. Once again going for the big one. Once again towards the fielder at long on. Previous one was just over him. And this time he's made a total mess of it. And that's his half century as well, Ravi Teja. Outstanding innings. 50 of 23 deliveries. And that catch drop maybe just sums it up out here for the Tigers. They had to take it. They needed another wicket. Well, not quite so on that occasion. Right then, Rahul now on strike. Pushes it on the offside. Takes the single. Does the smart thing of getting Ravi Teja back on strike. Once again tossed up and pushed on the offside. So another single. So 10 runs coming off the over. Well, also the 100 is up for the strikers at the end of the 8th. Now it's 101 for 2. Right then, Shaunak continuing, starting off with a dot delivery once again. This time cut away, but straight to the fielder. Good stop. Trying to get in some dot deliveries and trying to apply some pressure. 73 required from 70 should not be an issue unless you lose too many wickets. And they need some. Meanwhile, a short delivery and hit away on that leg side. Once again, Ravi Teja. Enormous power in the man. And he continues to middle everything that is coming his way. He's brought it now down to less than a runner ball from here on for the strikers, the YWOR strikers, and like they are going to secure their place into that final very soon. Well, it seems like once again we need a new ball because that is how far it has been hit by Ravi Teja, the man with the muscle at the moment. Right then, we continue once again. Finally, we get the ball, and once again, he goes big, straight, high, and handsome. Back to back sixes for Ravi Teja, and he's making light work of this chase now. He's making things easier and easier for his teammates, and they just inch closer and closer with every single delivery. Even Shaunak now going for the cleaners. He conceded just 2 runs up until his 1.2 overs, and all of a sudden he's conceded back to back sixes. So, how does Shaunak respond? Well, wanting to keep it away from the arc, and he does so successfully. Ravi Teja wanting a wide from the umpire, not quite so. Well, this time improvisation and it's beaten the fielder, and that is the last thing that you need when you have only 61 more runs on the board to defend a misfield that makes it 16 of the over once again. Excellent batting by Ravi Teja, playing that one behind square. And that is now the end of the ninth over with the score cruising 117 for 2. Just 57 more needed now for the side in yellow. So Shanmukha will continue, and a quick single taken by Rahul, and he is having the best seat on the ground at the moment at the non-strikers and having a look at Ravi Teja's innings. Rahul has just faced 6 deliveries. He's taken those 4 singles, done it smartly to bring Ravi Teja on strike every now and then, and he does so once again. So what does Ravi Teja do now at in this 10th over? Well, charging down the wicket, thick outside edge, and the fortune favouring the brave. Another boundary for Ravi Teja. A big outside edge. Well, luckily for him, he's found the outside edge, but otherwise he would have been stumped. And the outside edge also good enough for the ball to run away to the boundary. Had there been a slip, he would have been gone. But this is not really a situation for the Tigers to keep a slip. The YWOR strikers continue to cruise. Only 52 more needed for victory. Once again, just pushed on the offside, straight to the fielder. This time tossed up and played along the carpet by Rahul. Happy to play it along the carpet. Meanwhile, Ravi Teja, it just does not matter. He does not need a second invitation. Once again, he goes big. Another maximum for him. And continuing to cruise. Brilliant hit. It just does not get any better than that. Sweet part of the bat once again. And all the way. Once again. 13 of the over already. One more to come. And they need less than 50 as well. Now just 44 more needed for the YWOR strikers. He is in a rush here. Is Ravi Teja. He's moved on to 78 of 33. Well, I wouldn't want to jinx him, but he is closing in on that century, which could be one of the fastest in T20 cricket. Well, a dot ball to finish the over. That is the end of the 10th. Now 13 coming off it. It's 130 for 2. Just 44 more needed for the strikers. Right then, another change in the bowling. Kritik is going to continue. It seems like they have accepted the Tigers that they will have to play on Sunday. They know that they're not quite out of the tournament. They have another go to have that crack to get into the final. Rahul playing it on the leg side for a single. Happy to play that for a single. Bringing Ravi Teja on strike. The dangerous Ravi Teja. He's on 78 at the moment of 34 deliveries. 43 more needed. He needs 22. And do we make that 16? Yes, we do. Another maximum. Once again, slightly short. And he's playing on a different planet at the moment, it seems. It just keeps better and better for Ravi Teja. Well, this time a much better delivery and happy to nudge it on that leg side. Bringing Rahul back on strike, and Rahul this time wanting to go big. And has he been caught? Yes, he has. A couple of fumbles. 1, 2, 3, 4, and he somehow holds on to it. And Kritik gets a wicket, and finally they break this partnership. Well, they had to. It was coming with the number of boundaries that they were being hit for every now and then. And Kritik, well, he strikes here against the run of play. And maybe that will help them. Well, Rahul, for a change, went for the big one and miscuing it completely in the end. And a very easy take for the fielder. Grabbing onto it. 1, 2, 3, and he grabs it in the end. Off balance and a very good catch, you must say. Especially considering that he had dropped it at the first go and also at the second go. And then holding onto it on the third one. So just 36 more required now. And in comes HK at number 5. So it is going to be the left hand right hand combination now. More trouble for the Tigers. Well, Kritik has been brought into the attack to try and get some wickets, and he's got one. So HK coming in here at number 5, nicely played away on the offside. Gets off the mark straight away and brings the ever lively Ravi Teja back on strike, who is at the moment on 85, closing in on that century. And just 35 more needed for victory for the strikers. So Kritik will come around the wicket to Ravi Teja. Well, it strikes the pad, but definitely angling down the leg side. Well, nonetheless, that is the end of the 11th over with the score at 139 for 3 for the strikers. And we start this 12th over with another wicket. It's Vidyananda this time. And 2 wickets in 2 overs all of a sudden for the side in sky blue. Well, completely bamboozled in the end. What a delivery that was. And HK departs here for just the 1 run. Not quite able to support Ravi Teja. And well, the Tigers would be feeling, had they got a few wickets early on, things could have been much more different. Brilliant delivery in the end. Well, it was the angle up against the right-handed batter for the left-arm spinner, and it's bowled beautifully by Vidyananda. So 4 gone now, 139 for 4 after 11.1, just 35 away from victory. Right then, in comes Chandan now at number 6. Well, can they get a couple of more wickets? Somehow, if they can manage to get it in this over, things might get a bit interesting. Meanwhile, Chandan plays it down the ground and gets off the mark straight away and gets onto the best seat on the ground at the non-striker's end and having a look at Ravi Teja. So Ravi Teja, what does he do here? Does he change his plan? Well, not quite so. It's another wicket. The middle stump is off the ground. Another wicket for Vidyananda. And Ravi Teja, wow, he departs here for 85. All of a sudden, the strikers lose their fifth. It's all happening out there. And a bit of a confrontation in the end between the bowler and the batter. Not sure exactly what it is. And that's the big wicket of Ravi Teja, who was striking the ball beautifully. Departs here for 85. Well, an absolute gem of a player, isn't he? Taking those 3 wickets, scoring those 85 runs, definitely putting on a man of the match performance. And meanwhile, still 35 away from victory here. In fact, 34 now. And another wicket for Vidyananda. Well, maybe they are making things interesting here. The side in sky blue. Well, a few words being exchanged between the batter and the bowler as well. And Ravi Teja, well, undone completely, and Vidyananda having the last laugh in the end of getting his man out. Right then, 140 for 5 now. Still 35 away from target. And, well, he was hoping for 3 wickets in this over. He's got a couple. Can he get another one here with the new man coming in? Well, it is Hitesh who comes in here at number 7, another quality batter. Well, continuing to come around the wicket to the left-handed batters with Vidyananda. Once again playing it along the carpet there. Hitesh getting off the mark of his second delivery, bringing the target down to 33. He's got one more delivery left in this over here with Vidyananda. Can he get another one here? One more wicket here will make things very interesting. They can somehow manage to try and stay in this game here, the Tigers. Well, it's an excellent delivery. It's another dot. 20 over. Brilliant over by Vidyananda. Couple of wickets and a couple of runs at the end of the 12th. Now it's 141 for 5 for the strikers. Right then, Tanay continuing now in this 13th over, pushes it on the offside. Well, all of a sudden things are tight, and they're continuing to apply some pressure. Maybe even put a slip in now. Two left-handers at the crease. Well, that is exactly why I wanted a slip. It's a thick outside edge. It's beaten the fielder at short third, and a boundary for Hitesh just eases the pressure that was put up. Well, a wild swing, and somehow it's beaten the wicket keeper. Well, not sure exactly why wouldn't you be attacking, because you need those wickets here. It's the qualifier one, of course. Well, another swing and a miss. How close was that to the stumps? And they're just losing the way of the strikers. Remember, another wicket here will definitely make things interesting. They will be right into the tail here. Pushing it on the offside. Another dot delivery. Well, it seems like Ravi Teja was playing on a different pitch out there. Once again, tossed up. A thick inside edge onto that leg side. Finds the man out there in the deep. Single taken. One more delivery left now in this 13th. And it's a quicker delivery to close it out for Chandan. Single taken. That is now the end of the 13th. 6 runs coming off it. It's 147 for 5. So a single taken of the first delivery, and now a dot delivery for Shonak. It's another swing and a miss. Well, the pressure building continues to build out here. Well, another wild swing. Plays it on the leg side. Finally gets the middle of the bat, which he gets a single to. Well, they can do it in singles at the moment, but the way they are batting is making things very interesting. A lot of O's and R's happening, very close calls. This time he cuts that one away. Well, not the kind of the shot that you would be wanting to play at this stage of the game, to a delivery that is maybe off at the off stump line. Because had he missed that, that would have gone on to crash onto the stump as well. Just the 2 runs of the over. And an appeal this time, well, definitely not out. But just the 2 runs of the over once again. That is the end of the 14th, and they are very much still in this game here, the Tigers. It is 149 for 5 now at the end of the 14th. Well, Vidyananda continuing here and having it to reload that one. Not quite ready on that occasion. So 25 required of 36. Very slow through the air and nicely pushed on the offside for a single. Now then, 24 from 35. Can Vidyananda get another over where he gets a couple of wickets, which will make things extremely interesting out here? Well, once again, just pushed on the offside, straight to the fielder. Dot delivery. Well, that single, the previous single brought up the 150 as well for the strikers, 150 for 5. In fact, they took that single as well on this occasion. That should have been stopped. You would feel you have only 23 to defend, so you need to try and keep things tight. Not quite so on that occasion. Hitesh charging down the wicket, plays it uppishly down the ground. Finds the man out there in the deep at long off. Single taken. 22 required of 33. They are happy to take those singles, especially up against Vidyananda, who has been tricky at the moment. Meanwhile, Chandan has other plans. Right out of the blocks. A 6 to release all the pressure that has been put up. Brilliant hit. And now just 16 away from victory once again. On song here, the strikers. What a strike. Even the extra fielder out there was surprised with that hit. Where did that one come from? Sweet sound of the bat. Now then, what does Chandan do? Chandan goes again, and he's not got the middle of the bat, and he gets a single on that leg side. One more delivery left in this 15th. It's been a marvelous chase in the end so far, though. That outstanding start, 89 runs coming off that power play. 89 for 1 is what they had, and it's just kept on getting better and better up until the 11th over, where they lost a few wickets and then just lost their way. Well, Hitesh plays it uppishly. Well, it is on the bounce in the end, is it? Well, nonetheless, that is the end of the 15th over. In fact, he's gone. Yes, it did not bounce. It was played straight down the throat of the fielder, and the strikers lose their 6th. Are they still in this one? Vidyananda gets his 3rd. It's 159 for 6 now. Right, then we continue here, and an interesting field position for Chandan. There's a silly point in place on the leg side, and he's almost taken his head off. Well, not quite able to middle it on that occasion. Luckily for the fielder there, and they get across for a single. So Abhinav coming in here at number 8 on strike. Can Shaunak get an over here where he gets a couple of wickets? So now a slip in place for Shaunak, the left-handed Shaunak. Well, he still has his helmet on. And Shaunak with a wild swing. What's happening out there? Brilliant delivery. Abhinav not quite able to get anything, and he's lucky that he's not got anything because that could have been a thick outside edge to the slip fielder. Well, this time much better by Abhinav. Not going for a wild swing, just pushed on the offside. A dot delivery though. Another swing and a miss. Once again, very close to the stumps. Shaunak cannot believe how has he not got his man. Well, this game at the moment keeps on pushing forward. 14 still required. Shaunak desperate for a wicket here. Well, he sat down on one knee and nicely swept it away for a single. Gets off the mark and releases the pressure that was put upon him in and brings Chandan on strike, who it seems like would be wanting to go big on this one. Just 13 more needed. And Chandan has played straight to the fielder on the leg side. It's a dot delivery. And that is now the end of the 16th with the score at 161 for 6. 13 more required still with 4 wickets in hand. Right then, we continue here, and Vidyananda, the wicket taker so far, is continuing. And rightly so, you need to try and make sure that he gets as many deliveries as possible. Meanwhile, he's got just 5 more left. He's up against Abhinav. Can he get a couple of wickets in this over and save 2 wickets for the last 10 runs? Once again, brilliantly bowled. Well, this time a wide delivery, and he's not happy with himself at all there, Vidyananda. Well, he's got a wicket here, Vidyananda. Just what was required. And the strikers, well, they have lost their seventh and they are making things very interesting here. It's Abhinav this time. And that's exactly why Vidyananda was brought back into the attack. He gets his fourth and he's trying his ever best to keep his side in the game. But he's continuing to bowl that line. This time it struck the pad and an easy decision in the end for the umpire. In fact, maybe very close to the leg stump line. Not sure about that one. Nonetheless, wicket number 7. Now then, 12 required of 21. And they are still very much in this. The Tigers, they would believe that. They certainly have to. Well, it's a swing and a miss. It's an appeal for a stumping. It's given. It's 2-2 for Vidyananda. What's happening out there? The strikers lose their 8th. And the Tigers are very much alive in this one. It's a 5-star performance by the left arm spinner. Vidyananda gets his 5th. And Akash, who came in here at number 9, has gone for a golden duck. Unbelievable. They have just lost their way here and they're still 12 away here from victory. And Chandan stranded at the moment at the non-striker's end. Well, not sure exactly why was he stepping out of his crease, completely undone by the spin. And brilliant glove work by the wicketkeeper as well. Easiest of the decisions for the leg umpire as well. Now then, where is this game heading? It's 162 for 8 now. We are in here for an absolute cracker in this qualifier number 1. In comes Varun at number 10, who was very expensive to get today, but took a couple of wickets at the back end of his innings. Well, maybe he has an opportunity to get his side home with the bat. Meanwhile, he faces the hat-trick ball of Vidyananda. Can he get a hat-trick here? Here we go, hat-trick ball, thick outside edge, and it's past the slip fielder, and it's running away to the boundary, is it? The chase is on, and it's found the boundary. So Varun gets off the mark with that boundary, and now just 8 more needed. Ultimate drama out here, cinematic. and the game just keeps getting better and better. Would you believe it? Well, how close was that to the slip fielder, and how has that beaten the fielder at short third, where he's found the outside edge and it's placed to perfection in the end. Unbelievable. Vidyananda, what can he do now? He's got one more delivery left. He's not quite got the hat trick, but still, can he get his sixth? 5 for 31 is 3.5, still 8 away from victory. And he's kept it out. Varun has done the smart thing. He wants Chandan to keep the strike. And at the end of the 17th, it's 166 for 8. And Vidyananda has done an exceptional job with the ball. 5-star performance by the left arm spinner. And he's kept his side in this one. Well, it's getting very nervy out there now, isn't it? 7 required of 16. Tanay bowling this 18th over. Well, he's played that one behind square. Well, an interesting shot in the end, because had he missed that one, it would have hit the pad and that would have been a certain leg before wicket. 6 from 15. Does Chandan try and do it in one hit? Yes, he goes. It's gone high. Has it found the distance? Yes, it has, and that is the winning shot. It's the strikers who get home in the end. It was very nervy, and Chandan has done the job. They have won this game by a couple of wickets. 14 balls to spare, that is all. Just the 14 balls to spare, and just the 2 wickets is what they had in the end. They were cruising at one stage, the strikers, and somehow they have managed to make a meal out of it and still just get over the line in the end. Well, the Tigers will be very disappointed, but they will be very happy with the performance that was put up in the end. This is the winning shot. A tossed up delivery, wanting him to go big, wanting to hope for him to play it straight down the throat of the fielder at long on. Not quite so. He got plenty of it in the end. And he gets his side home, Chandan. Brilliant innings by him as well. Nice little cameo of 19. And the Tigers will have to play that qualifier number 2 on Sunday now to try and get into that final of the Mastro Premier Cricket League. Well, they will be very unhappy with this though. The strikers, the YWOR strikers, they were cruising at one stage. They had those 8 odd wickets in hand to get just the 40 runs, and they made a total meal out of it, didn't they? And they will be mightily relieved here in the end now to get over the line, because it could have been disastrous for them had they not got over the line here. Well, what a game of cricket in the end, and that is what we love to see, don't we? A close encounter, and that is what we got right at the end. Well, the Tigers almost making a meal out of that one, and almost getting over the line as well. As you can see the batting card, and you would feel that the batters after HK Simha, would be thinking they shouldn't have come out to bat, should they? Because Satvik Reddy and Ravi Teja, they got 89 in the first 6 overs. They were cruising, and after that they just lost. They were kept on losing wickets. And have a look at that, Vidyananda Reddy, 4 overs, 5 for 31, and a wicket each in the end for Kulkarni, Kritik, and Tanay. But in the end, just not enough. They took only 8 wickets. They needed all 10 of them because of the way Ravi Teja was batting. Well, nonetheless, an outstanding performance and will give them a lot of confidence for the qualifier number 2, the Tigers. Well, the strikers win the toss, elect to field first, and rightly so in the end. 173 is what they posted. Mikkel with that outstanding half century. 3 wickets for Ravi Teja, and in response, Ravi Teja and Satvik Reddy got them off to a flyer. And still, somehow, they managed to lose 8 wickets, and in the end, Chandan Shahani getting his side over the line. And the strikers, well, they win this game by 2 wickets and proceed to the final of the MPCL season number 1. Well, that was your commentator Piyush Nathani for this game. Until next time, goodbye.